No, I brought a pen. I got a pen. All right. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Doctors. Yeah. Okay. Right. Well, I actually have a sort of a doctor's appointment myself at 3 o'clock. I have to go to Bo to get my new inserts for my shoes, and he tells me to bring. He just says, "Bring all your shoes." So I had this giant laundry thing, and just as I was getting into my car, I looked up, and there was my golf clubs, my golf shoes, and I said, "Better bring those too to make sure that the inserts fit those." So, okay. All right. All right. We're doing health insurance. All right. First up is HB 343 relative to billing for ambulance services. So I got the email I got from, I think it was NCSL, was their somewhat model legislation. And it would have been nice, but I started reading it and I go, how did this one fly? But it didn't solve what I have found is the biggest problem we've had with it is that the ambulance companies want to balance bill. That was the pushback we were getting, and I think there was even on your side of the aisle, was that some of the fire departments, they want to be able to do that back billing. So, but what we got, Joyce?
You're right on with that. The fire chiefs are not in favor of having us take away their ability to get some extra money.
Yeah.
So that we don't want balanced billing because that's a consumer.
It's not technically
That's
balanced.
a consumer issue. But up north, this is really a rural problem. It's really
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
we're facing a situation where the small towns can't afford to maintain an ambulance and also to staff it. So there is a possibility of, well, we floated a few ideas like doing a pool of money with fees to help the people who can't afford it, or combining towns together. But each town is about 10 square miles. So if you happen to be on the
You're
edge of the
really spread
district
out. Yeah.
and you have a heart attack, it could take an hour for the ambulance to get to
You
you.
can get them.
So this is, I think, looking at what NCL and
In CSL.
S, whatever it is, whatever they come up with is a good idea because this is going on in Montana and Iowa and all of the states that have rural populations. Now, I think that the bill that we worked on with all the different possibilities for amendments is pretty much shredded at this point.
Right.
But Anita has offered to kind of pick up the torch on that.
Good.
Along with some other people. Do you want to speak to it, Jenny?
Yeah, I mean, I think the most significant thing that I learned, I talked to, and her name is escaping me at this point, from New Hampshire Hospital Association. She said, this bill is way too complicated, and you are never going to get from last time. Oh,
Okay. Follow man ahead. Yes.
I was looking for your email. But she said, you're not going to get it passed as is, but maybe break it down. And I thought that was a brilliant idea. So, so I think that that's the way to go, is for us to go to something smaller. Again, as Joyce said, that would impact this, maybe help the smaller towns. That might be the way to go.
Right. Okay. And Representative
Thanks,
Bartlett?
Mr. Chair. Anybody that does bring forth the legislation too, there was a study committee 4 summers ago, I think it was. There's a lot of information from testimony from stakeholders in that. Should maybe in this report we can kind of just reference that so that people know where to go to get some of the information, so they don't have to reinvent all the way from the beginning. But it's a very complicated issue. There aren't any easy answers. The insurance companies have got to be part of this, and but the report should reflect that we've had a study. I can't remember if it was a committee or a commission.
So Joyce, are you going to
No,
make
it
the
was
motion,
under
or
Dave Luno.
who should make the motion then?
I would recommend that this has further legislation.
Oh, further? Well,
Future.
no,
A
no,
future.
has a future?
This bill, I think we should just.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, basically, we want to send the message that this language
Yeah,
is not a problem. You can write in your saying is that we still think this needs to be resolved, but
Right.
this bill is not recommended for
yeah,
future
I'll be happy
legislation.
to do that.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank
Could
you.
we hear from Paula just briefly?
Of course. Come on up, Paul. So while she's coming up, I wanted to let you all know that as a member of Cheshire County, we are now going to be a little more intimately involved in this issue because the county has taken its RAPA funds and is now offering the ambulance services
Really?
for all our small towns. So I'll be even more plugged into what the issues are here. But I kept saying to them, I said, "You do know there's a problem, out there," and they were keenly aware of it. So hopefully, but it was the hospital, our local hospital, was really concerned about the ambulance service that we had in Keene, and they were very happy that we did this. Good morning, Paula.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt. For the record, Paula Minahan, Hospital Association. And thank you for the opportunity to answer any questions or speak. But I do believe it is a rural issue, as Representative Burrows and I discussed, and I know Representative Weston and I have discussed this in the past. One idea is to bring the stakeholders together now and talk through this. And I think the municipal association should be part of this because it is an issue for towns. And I don't know that they have been involved. But maybe there is a solution or a targeted solution for the volunteer groups, throughout the rural areas of the state, because I think it really is a rural issue primarily. I'm not certainly an expert on this, but like you said, Chairman Hunt, to the extent that the hospitals are involved, sometimes obviously they know when there are problems, when they can't have access to prompt EMS services. So they certainly care about this issue a lot. They just don't necessarily have a financial stake in these services, but they certainly care about them because they provide services to their facilities.
And I know that you've been around, and Paula, I think Paula and I have both been around this track many times. But the fundamental problem is that these ambulance companies don't want to sign contracts with the insurance companies.
Right. So that, again, that's that was why I made the comment that this is complicated because it is there are a lot of factors involved.
Right. Well, that's why I was arguing this is like a balanced billing problem, which was those practitioners that weren't signing contracts with insurance companies. So.
Right. No, I do recall Representative Bartlett. Good morning. I remember that study committee as well, and I'm sure Paula Rogers recalls it as well. I'm sure I have a file on it somewhere back at the office.
Yeah,
So you're right. There was some good information that came out of that, and I'm sure archives, if it's not on Gen Court, I'm sure archives has it, but it probably is in archives.
Because I was thinking summer 2016. Does that sound right?
I possibly
That-
it
yeah.
goes back a
Some-
while.
yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And like Paula's right, there were periodic discussions about this, but it was always at this
20
committee.
years ago. I mean, I feel like first time we've had this was
Yeah.
even when you first had your job at the Handsome Ideas. I remember it was one of the first times. So it's been over 20
Yeah.
years this has
Yep.
been around. So, okay.
Okay.
Anybody else? I'm going to one more time. Anybody? Yes, Representative Ham.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say again and remind everyone that this is an issue of extreme importance to the Lincoln Woodstock Ambulance Service, which is a volunteer service. I don't know what 503 it is, but it is independent from the towns or the fire department, but it's a very small service. And without the ability to back bill, a lot of our business, we're a ski town, a lot of our business is out-of-staters. And can be fairly expensive rescue missions, so they need the ability to back bill. And I'm sure the director of that service or anyone would be willing to serve on any kind of a committee or certainly give feedback as to how important it is to Lincoln and Woodstock.
Do you agree, Representative Ham, that it would be the municipal association that probably would be a good stakeholder to reach out to?
I do believe
Okay.
that would be a good resource
Great.
because many times it is an arm of the municipality.
Yeah.
In our case, it is not.
Oh,
but
okay.
in-
Okay.
But I agree that they probably should have some input.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Representative Burrows.
I wanted to ask publicly if Representative Ham would join me in working on this.
I would be honored to. I'd be pleased to. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. Anybody else? All right. So Representative Wesson will move that we would hope that something will come in the future, but at this point, this particular bill in this form cannot work. All right. Senate Bill 287 relative to balanced billing for certain healthcare services. Wait a minute, didn't we solve balanced billing? What did this bill do? Anybody remember what this bill did? What's this one? Somebody help me out. Okay, come on up.
So Michelle Heaton from the New Hampshire Insurance Department. This was a bill originally brought on behalf of the Insurance Department. What we were trying to do is there's the National No Surprises Act that solves a lot of the balance billing issues. What this bill is trying to do is take a lot of what's in the No Surprises Act and put it into New Hampshire law. Where we got held up last term was over the dispute resolution mechanism.
Right.
Under No Surprises Act, there's a federal dispute resolution
Right.
process, and then that was being challenged in court. The court threw out part of it. And our bill, what we were proposing is take out that national process and instead use the process that we already have in New
State
Hampshire,
process. Right.
where the commissioner would determine what the commercially reasonable rate is.
Right.
Since then, the feds have redone the rules to address the issue that came up in the court. So that's kind of where we're at. But the department's position is we still think this bill is good and important, and we'd like to see it to continue
In
to
its
go
current
through.
form.
I think there was an amendment we were going to propose at some point, but this is the version
Yeah.
I think we initially wanted. There were some amendments that we were talking about, but then it ended up getting inexpedient to legislate, so those I don't think happened.
No, this is
but-
not expedient. This is interim study. So
yeah, interim study.
We
Sorry.
didn't kill it
Yeah.
completely.
It went interim study, so not all of them that we had been discussing at the time necessarily made it
Right.
in. But I think the current version is the version that the department would be most in favor of.
Okay.
But
So-
in addition to the dispute resolution process, there's some other stuff in here that's also helps align New Hampshire statutes with the No Surprises Act. The dispute
So-
resolution process was just one part
You
of it.
remind me who you are. You have your
Michelle Heaton, I'm the health,
You're the new. Okay.
law, and policy legal
Yeah.
counsel.
Okay. All right. I guess my memory was that the insurance companies were concerned about these two different statutes conflicting with each other. Was it something like that, or? Think providers had a problem. The providers. Is there anybody here for the providers? But of course, the hospital association. Thank you very much, Michelle.
Hello again. Paula from the Hospital Association, Paula Minahan. So the version that actually crossed over from the Senate to here is a amended version that we were supportive of because it took out the the controversial parts. And Michelle's right. Dispute resolution is what we were concerned about. We also do not believe this bill is necessary because we have the federal No Surprises Act legislation. and there is a federal dispute resolution process outlined. And Michelle's also right that there are new rules that came out as a result of some of the questions and concerns raised at the federal level. So our position remains that we don't believe this is necessary. And what is important to note is the consumer is protected from balance billing. That is, right now, they're protected without this bill. We don't believe this bill is, that's our position, that we don't believe this bill is necessary. And we do have concerns about having the dispute resolution retained and ultimately with one individual in the Department of Insurance. Not that we have anything against the commissioner, it's just the structure is problematic for providers since we are not, the hospitals and the providers are not regulated by the Department of Insurance.
Okay, so you're saying you would rather have the federal statute than the state statute when it comes to disputes?
At this point, yes, unless we were able to, and we did, we tried, we had multiple meetings with the department and the carriers and some of the legislators during, in the Senate discussions. So some of the senators to try to get to a position where we could all agree, but we just couldn't get to that point. But again, the important thing is without this bill, the consumer is protected from balance billing because of the federal law. So that's why we don't believe it's necessary.
I guess I'll play the devil's advocate on this, and that is, as long as the federal law is out there, then the state law is mute anyways. No, says Michelle. Yeah, why don't you come up?
The way the No Surprises Act was drafted is a lot of states, including New Hampshire, had some balance billing projections already in place.
Okay,
So if a state has laws regarding balance billing, the state law will apply. If they don't have something on the books to cover a specific situation, then the federal law applies. So in a way, it's a reverse preemption almost, but it's to preserve state laws that were already in place. But the more protective law is going to apply. So what we're trying to do is make it so the New Hampshire Insurance Department has more authority over surprise billing. So when something isn't going as it should, we don't have to wait for the federal government to take action, and the department would be in a better position to help enforce some of those provisions.
yeah, I guess I would lean to say yes. I think having it closer to home is a better resolution system. I guess my concern is there a confusion because the two of them are out there, and that, you know, would things get bogged down over just the debate on who really has jurisdiction, whether it's the federal or the state?
So right now, it's very facts and circumstances dependent who has jurisdiction, because we do already have a balance billing law that
Right. No, I
applies
understand.
to certain
No, I-
things. So depending on which situation, there's the whole analysis we need to go through right now to say, well, does the department have jurisdiction? Does federal government have jurisdiction? Who do we refer
It
this
needs to be
to?
clarified.
Yeah, and
okay.
other parts of this that are included prohibit providers and give OPLC, for example, the authority and the boards to discipline providers who are violating the balance billing laws. Whereas right now, it's the federal government that would have to do that, which is a much lengthier process.
Okay, so have we had any cases yet?
So federally, there have been about 40,000 cases that have gone through.
No,
the
I
state
mean in
resident-
New Hampshire.
In New Hampshire, we have not.
So doesn't matter whether it's state or
I mean,
federal.
we
We
have-
haven't had any cases at all.
We have had consumer complaints, a couple of them, about balance billing instances, but no one has used our dispute resolution system that covers those 4 specialties.
So they all ended up using the federal one.
Yeah, but we don't know to what extent because we don't have a breakdown for the federal process by how many per
Okay.
state.
So assuming that, yes, Representative Grayson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If somebody has a complaint and they use the state's resolution process, they're not satisfied with that, can they, or is there a provision that allows them to then use the federal dispute system?
No.
Or in reverse?
No, so I'll just lay out the 2 different systems. So the state system is when the provider and the insurer do not agree on what a reasonable rate is to be paid. They're instructed to try to work it out. If they can't, they can petition the insurance commissioner to have a hearing on the matter. They'll present evidence, and then the insurance commissioner would ultimately decide what the reasonable rate is. That is binding on them, and the commissioner has exclusive jurisdiction. Under the federal process, there's an independent dispute resolution entity where each side, there's very specific time limits. If you don't fall within that, you're out. But assuming you do, you file everything. Each side submits their number of what they think is the appropriate rate, and then they can submit evidence about certain factors, and then that independent dispute resolution entity picks one or the other, and that's done. There is no appeal in the federal system either.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure you guys will have somebody, obviously Representative Weston won't be here, but I know Representative Leno is going to be running again, and he was very much involved with the balance billing issue. Notwithstanding this one, but that the issue, and he was the prime sponsor of the original balance billing statute. So I'm sure he cares, and he'll put in legislation, I'm sure. And at that point in time, I hope you guys will come in to tell us what's been going on, in terms of what's happening in the state. But I mean, I guess part of me feels like if there are very minimal problems have occurred, then that means our statute was good. It seemed to keep everybody happy. But there's part of me that feels like that if the federal government was willing to let us run it, I think it's better for our New Hampshire consumers to be able to make a call, here locally, rather than having to rely on a federal statute. So I think there's something to be said for it, but at this point in time, this bill is, we need more work on this bill. Representative Adams.
Just so I understand, who has authority over the hospitals? Is it the insurance department or is it HHS?
No, it'd be CMS. The federal government oversees it. DHHS does some oversight of it, but a lot of it falls on CMS as
On
well. So
CMS.
there's, depending on what the issue is, I believe there's joint jurisdiction. But the insurance department has no authority. With the balanced billing situations, it specifically gives the commissioner the authority in these specific disputes to mediate this law, to resolve the dispute between them. But generally speaking, we do not have authority over them.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we're going to go not recommend, who's going to make the motion? You'll take care of that, Representative Bartlett? Okay. Senate Bill 121, relative to state-based health insurance exchange. Oh, yeah. Now I remember why you're here. So you want to remind, this is that we had chosen to be part of the federal exchange, and there's a company that wants to come in and says it's going to save us money maybe on switching to a state exchange, because we know we will do a bang up job with this software, and we won't have glitches that everyone was afraid of if we had a state-based system.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter Bragdon, representing Get Insured. Briefly, the bill, allowed the state to set up a state-based exchange for the Affordable Care Act. The state chose back when it was started to have a federal exchange for various reasons, partially due to the fact there was very few other options at the time. Now an industry has evolved where there are private companies that offer basically exchange in a box that have proven they can save some money. So this bill said, okay, the department will investigate it, and if they want to, go ahead and do it. This committee had some concerns, which I think are legitimate concerns, that needed more information about the program, and a little concerned about having the department just decide to do something with some other approval as well. So I think when we last met with the committee, you folks had thought maybe the best thing to do for this is have a study committee next year and talk about, between now and the bill filing period, what that study committee should look at, so that the committee down the road then make an informed decision about whether this might work or not, and have some data behind it. So I would, my inkling was from that the committee would probably say, okay, this bill is not recommended for further legislation. However, a study of the issue would be warranted.
Right. A study commission.
Committee, commission, whichever.
Oh, right. Oh, we've done it right.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want a
Inside
you want a
joke.
commission
Inside
or
joke.
you want a study committee?
Let me talk to you about the difference between.
But in this case, it wasn't even. It was we were delegating the authority to the department, and never actually having them to come back to us and getting the blessing that the department could just unilaterally go ahead and implement it if they thought that they could pull that off.
Right, right. And there was some discussion too about where has this succeeded in other states? What has happened? How much does it cost?
Right.
All those things, all worthy of a study, I think.
Yeah. And my memory was it was nothing was really out of the box. They still had to make change. You would still have to adapt the software for New Hampshire.
Yeah, things would be customized. I do know that since we met, the state of Virginia
It's
has
that
switched over to a
customized
state
word that
exchange. so.
scares me. Okay, Representative Abramson.
More of a comment than a question, but you're welcome to respond. In our platform, we say free market competition in healthcare and more choice for consumers.
Max, you want to move the microphone a little closer?
Oh, I'm doing it myself. Summarizing the Republican platform, giving consumers more choice and options in order to get costs down. But a big part of that, and what I've heard from a lot of my constituents, is they want to be able to choose their own doctor. They want to choose their own plan because of quality and because of the quality of care and the type of service that they get. When I look at these bills, that's actually first and foremost in my mind. I do think about the cost of care. I do think about the cost of insurance, but the number one thing that I'm looking at is trying to improve the quality, because that's what I'm hearing about more from my constituents.
Yeah, so the every insurance product sold in the state has a surcharge on it that pays the federal government to run the federal health exchange. And so the argument is that those states that have switched to a state-based exchange using some of the private companies that compete in this market are able to save money and thus reduce the tax that consumers have to pay.
But let's answer his question that in this exchange, there is no networks limiting who your provider can be.
Right. This is just a different way to implement the Affordable Care Act. And so should you not care for the Affordable Care Act, that's a whole different story. And if you like the Affordable Care Act, it's a different story. We're required to have it under federal law. So.
But it sounded like he was worried about choosing his own doctors and hospitals.
Oh, right, right. This really is not an impact on that.
Doesn't affect that. Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a suggestion for the study commission duties is consider patient privacy. I think there's a big push in HHS to make sure that whatever system we put in place doesn't leak data and that privacy is maintained.
Yeah, that would be very important. And if there are folks here that would like to be a part of that study or help shape what that bill looks like, you might be hearing from me.
It looks like I had my name on that bill, didn't I?
Well, son of a gun. Now that it
And
escaped my
Representative Bartlett had her
memory.
name on that bill.
I believe there were some very
Boy.
highly esteemed legislators as
But
co-sponsors.
I don't remember that we were just giving it to the department and washing our hands of it. But
It's probably the Senate's fault.
That must have happened on the Senate side. Okay. Representative
Thanks.
Burrows.
I just want to say that if there is a commission, the Democrats' platform is to work on a bipartisan basis, for the record.
Thank you.
And it looks like Senator Rosewell was the prime sponsor of the bill.
That is true.
Okay. Who would like to make the motion? Thank you, Representative Bartlett. Okay. That, yes, she'll make the motion that not recommend for future legislation, but that, that we realize that this legislation will probably come in again and that it should become in a different form like a commission and have privacy issues. How far? Half hour ahead. So we got hand is yeah. Okay, why don't we take a brief we got a brief break for Panda. And see if somebody shows up for that.
Andrew's here. I can see you. Oh, yes, it's done. Yeah. Yeah, they're running way ahead. So, I tried to, but that's right. I happened to be here, so I did. But it was like a balance building, so yeah. So, I don't remember what it was about. So, you all. They just wanted to put this right back. Right. New resolution issue, right? They provide from the federal state process. And basically they recommend yeah, yeah. No, that's right. I hear that's right. The docket, I'm like, the docket seems to be consistent with what I got. Anyway, well, they went. Shake the bill there. So, yeah, I had to take a break. Oh, half an hour. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Wow. Look at that. Here's the ready triumvirate. Okay. Oh, I should have looked at the, if I had seen that you were, that well, not during yeah, anyway, it was during the session. Yeah, okay, well, that's a surprise. Yeah, yeah. So they are way ahead. Yeah, Yeah, in fact, the one I was just did.
course, I'm Benjamin Buttons. I'm getting younger, not older. I just remind me, this is platinum now. I was platinum blonde when I was a kid. Right, towhead. So this is it's right. It's more platinum than platinum now. Okay. All right. So we're close enough. We'll take up 1501, relative insurance coverage for pediatric autoimmune neuropsychiatric disorders. Phew. Where did she go? Where'd she go? Did she? Right. She must have had a call. Did I? That was a mistake.
Nobody wishes to address it.
That was a mistake. She couldn't read my scribble. It was my fault. All right. Good morning again. And introduce
morning.
yourself. And
I'm Michelle Heaton. I'm the Health, Law, and Policy Legal Counsel at the Insurance Department.
so the last we left it was the department struggling because the DSM still does not have recognized PINs, and there's still no code.
Yeah, it's a
billing code.
difficult disease to track and diagnose. So without clear diagnoses, we're unable, it's not something that can be coded for with billing. So we're unable to really track it very well. Under this provision, the mental health law, mental health is an EHB, essential health benefit. So under ACA, it does need to be covered. So we don't think this provision is really necessary. We understand why we would want to be looking at this, but from an insurance perspective, we don't think it's necessary to have the mandate in there because it would be covered anyways. And it's the type of condition that is not as definite as we would like.
Okay. So, and as far as you know, there have no complaints or anything coming in about.
No, it's
For lack
not
of
something
coverage.
that we get complaints about in the department.
Okay, so thank you very much. Sounds like not recommended for future legislation. And who would like to carry this one forward? Oh, Representative Herbert. All right. Okay. Chiropractors. Because I would think there will be a chiropractor or two who want to show up for that one. I apologize. Yeah, ouch.
Need some entertainment in the interlude.
uh,
We could discuss what we're gonna do, right? People don't come back.
they want to be treated like primary care physicians.
We did have testimony from chiropractors that are affected, but Tyler Brennan was here too and said that right now the chiropractors are sort of treated like,
It's a specialty, right?
well, it's a specialty, but the insurance usually covers a certain number of visits.
Well, that makes it
Like
unusual. That was
like
my
physical
issue.
therapy.
Yeah, my issue was always that we had carved out a special mandate for chiropractic, and that is if a carrier is going to offer chiropractic benefits. In other words, it's not mandated to have chiropractic, but if they were going to, the mandate was that you can at least do 12 billings a year. You can have monthly billing. and which of course.
But the copays really mount up.
Right. But at that time, I was adamantly opposed to that legislation, and because I thought it was an unfunded mandate, and
We're not gonna go
I
back and
kept
check-
saying,
check the
but
record."
by the way, guys, I won't be surprised if some insurance company drops chiropractic coverage, and sure enough, did not Cigna drop it? Which not in the room. George is not in the room, but they actually did drop the coverage. Now since then, they've now picked it up.
Yeah.
But when they picked it up, the copay is
I mean,
Brutal.
typically we heard $40.
yeah, it's brutal. It's not very
There
high
are
at all.
some, we also heard testimony that some are as low as $10.
Right. No, it's basically now it's just basically a sign-in fee, and and the person has to pay out of pocket.
I mean, the copays have changed so much over the last 20 years. Used to be 2 visits a year, you had to pay. Well, the 2 visits these days are up to what? A visit for just your regular physical is $175 or something like that. And if we had to pay that twice a year, everybody'd be up in arms.
Right. So, when I served on the board of Healthy Kids, one of the things we were acutely aware of is the importance of the copay deductible and the impact on getting someone to get something taken care of.
Right.
And that you never want to you want cost sharing, so you want to have some skin in the game to go to the doctor, but you don't want it to be too high that they say I'm not going to do it
Right.
because it's too much. And so that's right now there are a lot you're going to your primary care physician, and there's some cases you have no copay.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And so
I mean, Aetna's always
that
calling me
we're
up trying to
again
get me to
saying to you,
go.
don't try to get that specialist. Don't try. Just come on in.
Yeah.
Come on in, and we'll take care of you. And get it addressed, or at least find out, get it in the system.
Well, state employees have Aetna, and they're calling you constantly for a home visit. Well, I just had my physical last week or something, and they still want me to have a home visit. I don't want a home visit.
Well, yeah, that home visit that actually is Medicare.
Well,
That's a
Well,
Medicare mandate.
but the state
And it's so
employees have a
unbelievable when Harvard called
self-managed-
me and begged me to have someone come to my house, and I go,
I'm not
"No,
doing it.
No, I just
It is ridiculous. But at any rate, but I mean, the problem with this,
part of the advantage, because when I was before, but now that I'm on Advantage, and they call you up and say, yeah, we
Right.
want to come in and take your blood pressure.
no,
and do
I'm
it."
not going to do it. Now they've given even $100 Amazon gift card this week,
Right.
and I said no.
Oh yeah, exactly. They wanted to give you a $75 gift
yeah,
card
yeah.
to come visit you
Yeah.
at your home.
I'm not going to
And
have
then
This is
they
Aetna.
found this is Advantage if you're in Medicare Advantage, which I assume you might know the difference of regular Medicare, right? So then they started having someone. She was calling me every month, and I finally I
Yeah, calls
said,
both of you every
and I
month.
finally, because I didn't get really the result, because I had a problem with my toes, and turns out that's why I need special
Orthotics.
inserts.
Yeah.
And
A lot of us have orthotics.
and I finally says, are you guys built? No, I pulled out my Harvard monthly statement and saw that they were getting billed for that phone call. And I immediately
Ooh,
called back
really? I didn't
Monadnock,
even
and
know
I
that.
said, you turn this thing off right now.
I've asked them a few times to stop calling us, and they keep calling.
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yes, you have to call. You have to tell them.
Okay.
You don't talk to the person who's calling you.
No.
Because they're just doing their job. You got to
Okay.
call.
Well,
The
I'll
actual.
look into that.
Their,
I'll
and
talk to administrative services.
their billing. Yeah. When you get monthly. I mean, I don't know who you have Advantage. I have Harvard. And-
We're state employees, and
Right, so you don't-
It's
yeah.
self-managed, but
So they don't send you a monthly statement of your.
oh yeah, they emailed it finally.
But nobody, they send you all these pages, and they got foreign language page, and
Yeah,
they got
yeah,
cover
yeah.
pages, and you have to kind of weed through it to one page.
Yeah.
And there, in the middle of the page, was they were billing $15 for something. Telehealth, yeah.
No, it's not
So-
telehealth. But anyway, to go back to this bill,
Yep.
I think that chiropractic has certainly an important place in healthcare,
Yeah, I agree.
but taking to reduce the charge for no, let's say those charged for primary care physician or osteopath should not be greater than 12 visits a year. I
Well,
have a
that
hard
was what I
time.
said. I don't know if you remember. I said, if you're willing to repeal the 12,
Yeah,
that's because I didn't like that in the first place.
yeah.
If you're willing to repeal that, then I'm willing to, let people get that coverage. Because for me, every time I've done something where I pick, bad, got my back twisted, and I
Yeah.
don't call any other doctor. I just go right to my chiropractor and get the twist.
Right.
And sometimes they ask, don't you want to come back tomorrow or come back? And, no. All I need is one twist. And
Right.
that really is. So it's always been, knock on wood, that's always worked for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, if it's just that kind of service, which is almost emergency room, if you call that, to me,
And
coming
Tyler-
in and then, so if they're willing to let go of that 12 visits a year mandate, I would be willing to consider this bill.
But Tyler Brennan also told us, according to my notes here, that you can expect premiums to go up, to be affected
There's no doubt.
by reducing the copays, and I would have a tough time with that.
I'm shocked.
No, you're not.
What's that?
Normally, if you go to your primary care physician, you'd be going to physical therapy.
They would have to make the referral.
Right.
But you're supposed to go to your primary first, or at least talk to their nurse ahead of time, and she'll kind of cover triage you, and sometimes they'll refer you, and sometimes they'll say no, and most of the times they'll tell you got to come in.
Most of the time these days. Yeah.
You got to come in, and then they'll evaluate it, and of course they're trained to send you to
They're
a surgeon.
but
They're not going to. They don't want to
also
send you
own-
to the pit. They won't. No. They're going to send you to the surgeon. The surgeon is the one who's going to
No,
refer to
no, no,
physical
no.
therapy.
They own the physical therapy places.
Well,
now,
that
too.
was. We've had that legislation. That goes way back. I mean, I remember when George Roberts was the lobbyist on that one. But yeah. Yes.
So I sort of refreshing my memory, but I know a lot of the insurance companies, or at least the one I know I have, they have taken off the limits of the number of chiropractic visits. You can go as many times as you want. And it's worked great. And I think a lot of them, because the demand is there and they can see the benefits from it,
Right.
that it's saving them money, that I think that, I really don't think this bill is needed. And I think that because the patients are asking for it,
Well,
the
this bill
companies
is
are
to-
going
They
to.
want those visits. They want a lot of it.
But this bill would be to reduce the copays for as many visits as you have.
Right.
That's what this bill's about.
Yeah. Right.
Well,
So she's
well,
saying that we don't need this bill
That's why
because they're actually increased to 12. You can get as many
Well, right,
visits
I
as you
don't-
want, but yeah, you've got you got
wasn't
the
the
skin in the
issue on
game.
this
You're going to
bill.
make that copay knowing full well that you want all those visits.
But you
And-
are going to pay copays for each of them.
Right.
And it's still considered a specialty. So I don't think we need, in my opinion, I don't think
Right.
we
So-
should recommend this for further legislation.
So, is there anybody in the audience who wants to weigh in on this? I know the sponsor, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to show up. But,
Mr. Chairman, this bill, refresh my memory, is just to reduce the co-payments?
correct.
Which
Well,
basically
basically, is to match
which-
whatever your policy has
For primary
your
care?
primary care physician.
So basically, this is a request to increase overall premiums.
It will absolutely increase premiums.
Right. And this issue, this bill did not deal with whether you needed to be referred by a primary
Had nothing
care,
to do with any of that referral.
because
or
that,
anything like
that
No.
that is an issue
Yeah,
for many who
as a
use
matter of fact,
chiropractors.
a primary care physician won't refer
Because-
you to a chiropractor.
Right, because as you mentioned, because one serious issue is that there are people who find that it's a healthful practice for them to see a chiropractor, but they
On a
can't
regular
continue
basis.
to go and receive coverage unless they can document an injury.
Right.
So unless you're injured, you can't receive an insurance benefit. That's another issue that's not covered in this bill.
Okay.
We'll take that up some other year, maybe. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Max. Oh, yeah, Representative Patusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I go to a chiropractor every month, 12 visits, and I know their fee schedule because I am on Medicare and I have United Healthcare as my secondary. Their fee schedule is different for me than it is for a walk-in that is not on Medicare. So they do have different fee schedules depending on probably their insurer. And some do have more lenient and some are very tight. So I just thought I'd share that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I direct a question to Representative Patusek.
Yeah,
as a follow-up.
absolutely.
Thank
You
you.
have a question?
So you have 12?
Yes.
Do you have to document an injury?
No.
So with your insurance, you get 12 for no reason whatsoever other than your own health? Okay.
Because he's
Yeah,
Medicare.
I have United
Well, I'm
Healthcare
Medicare
as my
too, but I have to
secondary.
document an injury, so, okay,
And
thank you.
yeah,
Who's your
I go-
supplemental?
Anthem.
I go first Monday of every month, like clockwork.
You might want
Thing to
to
look
you might
into.
want to change your supplemental. So I would let's just say just a second, Mike, is that I would say is that this legislation would only affect the small group market. It would not affect Medicare. So that all of us in the room would not be affected by this legislation anyway. Except Max. Max. Okay. Yes, Representative Abrahamson. Don.
So it's just a
Yeah.
comment, but I kind of feel at this point that I'm leaning against it. My reason is that I view insurance like car insurance, life insurance, homeowners insurance. It's just something to deal with the occasional unexpected big out of control costs. That it's sorry about that. I'm doing it myself again. It's not efficient to pay an insurance company as a third party to pay for routine expected visits. I've used chiropractors many times and I've always paid cash. It's unless my insurance covered it. But insurance is cheaper if it's only covering, something $5,000, $10,000, $30,000, something that's a big unexpected cost. I know that there are a lot of people who want to have an insurance plan where they just show their card, like back in the 50s and 60s, and you just showed your card and somebody else took care of it. But that's had the tendency to encourage costs to go up and up and up. It doesn't have the cost containment. And it's like the free bottle of Tylenol. People would just kind of go into the office and grab the free bottle of Tylenol as soon as they put a $1 copay on it. People don't grab as much, but I wouldn't expect to pay for routine expenses like an oil change through my car insurance. I wouldn't expect to pay for replacing a roof or landscaping through my homeowner's policy.
Representative Bartlett.
So Representative Abrahamson, I just wanted to tell you in the 50s and 60s, we did pay for the first 2 office visits each year. Just to let you know.
Right.
And the office visits, of course, have gone up tremendously and copays came in and that kind of thing. But you're absolutely right. The insurance was there for the sudden and unexpected, and you planned for the lower costs.
I might
Yeah.
So they, back in the 30s and 40s and 50s, they used to sell life insurance plans
Correct.
that would just have a health insurance plan attached to it as a little free Benny.
But it was always 80-20.
But
It was
you were-
80-20. If the insurance company would cover the 80, you always had to pay 20%.
But it was, health insurance was 5% of GDP, just like it is in Hong Kong or Singapore today. There was very little government involvement. There were very few of these insurance mandates like this bill. So we had, you had a much more affordable system. So therefore,
Yeah.
some parts of the country didn't even
Yeah,
get
I
insurance,
mean,
but insurance was cheap.
absolutely. I remember in the 70s when I was in college and had to be educated on this. And most employers, insurance, it was a $10,000 life insurance policy that also happened to have the health insurance benefit, 80-20. But and when people ask me, well, what changed between now and then, I would say number one is pharmaceutical. Number one, drugs. Back then we didn't have all these wonderful new invented drugs. We had aspirin, and so now we had A and B is the specialties. That we didn't have all those doctors who were had specialties that got referred to, and that's the reason why health insurance premiums have gone through the roof. We could blame hospitals because Paula left. Yes, Representative Burrow.
Well, I just wonder, how is this going to impact people like with chronic back pain? You know, that's not an emergency. And for a lot of people, they do get relief. And, you know, to me, it's like a toothache. You know, you have a really bad toothache, you really can't function. And back pain can also really deter you from doing the things you do in your life, particularly if you have an active job. So, you know, how is that going to impact those folks?
Well, right now, how is it impacting? Because right now, the current law
Yeah.
is that, that the copay is relatively high as compared to what you would pay for your primary.
Yeah, so, you know, just saying that might help. I mean, you know,
But
again,
nobody goes to the primary every month for something.
no, but they go
That's
to
why I was really
Crypacker
comparing
every
apples to
month.
oranges. That's the point. That was the
Yeah.
point of this bill.
Yeah.
Is that the difference is it's a different kind of service.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was anything, it should be, well, what's the copay for your physical therapist if you go to see them every month? Not primary care. That was the problem with this bill. Is this bill was associated with primary care physician. Okay, we're getting close to see if somebody shows up. But who would be the one willing to carry this forward? Representative Bartlett, thank you for. Okay.
And it's lunchtime.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll wait till 11:30 and see if anybody shows up, and otherwise we'll break for lunch. What do we get after?
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I did have a question on the Panda bill.
Okay.
So I guess it's kind of a lingering question, but what the estimate of, I think I asked it during the previous executive session, what the estimate of the increased cost would be if we passed it.
So right now,
Or is
the
that
problem with
possible
pandas
calculate?
is we actually don't know if it exists, what's the extent or what's going on out there, because it doesn't have a billing code. It's a very unusual circumstance, and one of the things I learned on this committee years ago is about the DSM. Are you familiar with the DSM?
What was that?
What is the DSM? Someone help me out with. Yeah, diagnostic. But it's for mental health. It's a mental health, and I think we're up to like 9 now. When I first got on this committee, we were at 4, so they have improved. And just to show you how controversial it potentially was, that way back in 4, I think they actually said being gay was actually a mental health condition. So it has gone through its own progressions over the years in terms of what is in the DSM. But the DSM is the Bible of diagnosing mental illness, and PANDAS is not in there. It has not been picked up. So in our cases, what we learned with the insurance companies, the department, was that it is covered, but it's covered under a different diagnosis. And so therefore, is to really identify pandas and making sure it's being covered as a panda it's hard to mandate something that is not in the DSM. But having said that, we never heard that the people weren't getting coverage. The original testimony was a guy who had a daughter. It was even more than that. It was back when Macbeth was on. Actually, she was on the committee. She was a member of the committee way back. Yeah. Right. 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 I remember that. Right. Yeah, I don't remember that.
Right. And when we got, really into the weeds on it, we came up with a bill that said, they need the
We had we told the department to pay attention
that
and
we
see,
want them-
tracked and see what was
right,
going on.
right. And then
And-
2 years later, Tyler came back and said, well, we can't really code it. We don't really know, but there had not been more complaints.
But he did have some other code that he thought was the one that was being used. As I remember,
I don't think it was very specific though.
I know it wasn't specific, but it wasn't specific
So-
to
and
pandas
and
for sure.
It's such a rare
But he said
condition.
this is the one closest one that they think is being used, if it's being used, out there.
But I think, the bottom line is we have not heard, the insurance department has not heard more complaints, and we have not had more constituents coming in and saying their
Right.
child needs the coverage and
Right,
they're not getting it.
coverage. Right. So, okay, I agree. Representative Greason.
Thank you, Quickers. What type of doctor or what specialist would treat a patient with pandas?
I was doing a psychiatrist, but I don't know. You remember Paula? Yeah, sort of.
Hi, Paula Rogers. This had a long history, and it was fraught with a lot of sort of emotional testimony. And basically, the mandate was put into place. The issue was not so much that a child with a child diagnosed as possibly having pandas, which is associated with neurological developments that occur subsequent to or along with a streptococcal infection. And there was a lot of testimony and a lot of confusion. And if you go online, and I did that last night because it sort of interested me, what's the recent take on pandas? Because there were a number of states that immediately passed mandates, but there were not that many. The issue was child presents with symptoms. It probably goes to a pediatrician in the first instance. The pediatric folks had taken a position that certain medications were probably not appropriate for treatment if this diagnosis was presented. And the most controversial were two, something called apheresis, and another which was IVIG, which is immunoglobulin, both infusions, very expensive with lots of side effects, and a lot of concern among the pediatric population, physicians. What should we do here? And so it went back and forth, and the issue seemed to really come right down to the IVIG, which is an immunoglobulin infusion, which is given to apparently kids who have serious indications of pandas. And many of the carriers were concerned about this. I think we gently objected to it. It was put on the books, and the issue was thought to be, well, let's see what happens. So for 3 years, 4 years, it's been on the books. I don't think Anthem, and Sabrina Dunlop is here, and she would be more current of that, has had any complaints about that. So IVIG has been provided. I would suspect that a lot of physicians aren't prescribing it because it was kind of iffy as a treatment. So that's kind of where we are with this. Nobody is debating that there isn't this syndrome, but the treatment around it is clearly very problematic. And when I looked at recent issues last night, as best as I could by Googling about, it doesn't seem that there's anything more definitive, that it has a psychiatric component.
But we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars per year for treatment.
Yes, I think
Which-
an infusion could be as
Right.
much as $15,000.
Right.
And a child might have 5 or 6 of those infusions.
And this is a chronic condition.
Right.
This is something that we had testimony that one had occurred at 7 years old, but one had been going on at like 14 and had gone into his 20s. He'd been in and out of jail because it's a behavioral. The symptoms are behavioral, which cause real social problems.
And a real question as to, is this really associated with
Right.
a streptococcal infection, or what is
Really,
it all about?
I mean, it's a really hard condition,
So,
and
well,
it's
tough.
rare.
So there have been no complaints, so
Yeah.
I'm not so sure why you would want to keep the thing going. And what the traditional thing would be, probably some sort of steroid
for any inflammation, antibiotics, maybe psychotherapy for the child. But we heard about terribly severe cases.
Really did. So it was very emotional, but right now the mandate is that it would still be on the books until July 1st of 2024, I believe. So there'd still be more time if more evidence came out. And really, as a committee, none of us are doctors. We don't know, even with the testimony of doctors and insurance carriers and attorneys, we don't know if this treatment is actually effective. But your heart goes out to the families that have had to deal with this. There's, and like you were saying, some of it is even anecdotal because they're still trying to figure out what the cause
It
is.
put the committee in an odd position of trying to come up with a clinical basis for passing a statutory provision. And I'm sure Chairman remembers the one with breast cancer and forgotten exactly what it was.
Well, there was mandating for
Autologous
solid
bone marrow transplants.
bone marrow transplants but it was for solid
Same
cancers, which
sort
there
of
was no.
situation.
Yeah, and that was on the books, and we finally got that off the books, and that was a
But it
struggle.
was there
Took
for
many
8 or
years to get it off
And
the
I don't
books.
think it was utilized. It was in conjunction with a researcher at Dartmouth, who
Dartmouth.
was running a
Yeah,
clinical
it was in
trial.
Lebanon. They were doing it.
So
yeah.
it puts you in a hard position. It's hard to not want to do something. So
Okay,
thank you.
Representative Ammon, did you?
Representative Bartlett made my point that if we do nothing, we still have all next term to deal with the termination date of July 1st, 2024.
Right, the study, the monitoring of it by the insurance department. And
Right, so
they're
I-
supposed to give us an annual report on what they learned or what's happening.
That's what the original bill had
Yeah.
required. And this bill was just to, I think it was to
To
eliminate
force out to push the effective date
the
farther out.
sunset. Yeah,
To repeal the sunset. So.
right.
Right. So, okay. Last chance. Anybody want to talk about chiropractors? Yes, Representative Amerson.
Oh, I just wanted to make a point on both on this bill and the other bill. I think 4 or 5 years ago, I put in a bill on health savings accounts, and I think it was for HHS. And one of the arguments that I made, or the case that I made for that qualifying high deductible plan, was that with health savings accounts, money builds up over time, and you're always going to have something that isn't covered, or something that's a brand new type of treatment or experimental treatment of some kind. And health savings accounts, you can pay for things because you have, over time, you build up a couple $100,000 in that per person, and you can cover things that are unusual or unexpected that the insurance might not cover. And it gives you a lot more flexibility. You can take that card anywhere in the world if you want.
Okay, we'll break for lunch. Okay, why don't we get started in here? Okay. No, let's do it before Max gets back. Let's do this one before Max gets back. you know, I don't ever regret anything I've ever said or done. No, I mean life. Yeah, life. Yeah, but okay. HB 488, establishing committee to study the benefits of allowing New Hampshire citizens to purchase health insurance from out-of-state companies. And Jeff, you sponsored this? Okay. I didn't. Okay. So as I'll say what I've said a million times, if there was some out-of-state insurance company that wants to sell health insurance to New Hampshire citizens, I'd be the first one to sponsor that bill. But I need to have that company come to me and say they want to do it.
I'll make the motion that this not be recommended for
Okay.
future legislation.
And Mr. Greasel.
Can I
Yes, Jane.
Yeah,
Yep.
my
Representative Bealow.
healthcare plan, through Medicare or supplemental
Yes.
is Martin's Point, and they're out of Maine.
Oh, they're yes.
And that's
Right.
Is that different because it's
Yes.
Medicare?
So this is about the small group market. So this would be employer based product or in the individual market.
Yep.
But what happens is companies license themselves in the state because the state is the regulator of the policy.
Okay, so there's no regulation if it's out of state.
So
the state can't regulate it.
and if you wanted the long story, and I'll try to do it in 60 seconds. In the old days, prior to the Affordable Care Act, and let's say even prior to when we had 7-Eleven, which Paula and I are the only ones in the room who were around for that nightmare. But so when we passed, Gene Shaheen's, the act, the issue was that insurance companies would medically underwrite all the employees. And sure enough, one of the reasons why I actually voted for it, so much to the chagrin, I guess, with the Republicans, that I voted for the Affordable Care Act long before anybody called it that, because my company, which I had 20 employees, we were Matthew Thornton, which is a nonprofit, eventually get absorbed by Anthem. But that they 2 months after we had a renewal, we got dropped. And I go, what do you mean you can't drop us? We just signed the paper. We were all signed up. Oh no, we have the right. See down somewhere in the fine print that we have the right to drop you. And the reason they dropped us was because we had an employee whose son got hurt on a 3-wheeler. Do you remember the 3-wheelers, the front wheel in the front and the two, and he got really mangled, and so. One of the guys with the bean counters in the medical underwriter said he decided our group, which was we were selling in computers, so we were generally young people, and so they decided that they didn't want us to be on their plan anymore, so they just dropped us. So medical underwriting was clearly a big issue, and so when you look at as we move the clock forward, going forward, what happens is that. Yes, New Hampshire did pass 7-Eleven, and we did narrow how many insurance companies were selling health insurance in the state. And you say, well, my cousin, I talked to him, and he's down in Arizona, and his insurance is half my premium. Well, why? Well, because other states had medical underwriting. And so therefore, if you had a good, healthy group, you got cheap insurance. Whereas New Hampshire, we were obviously under the Affordable Care Act before it was Affordable Care Act. So this concept of buying health insurance across state lines really dates back to the old days when states really did have variable rates, and that that some states were clearly you'd be cheaper insurance. But as the running joke was, but don't ever make a claim, because you start making a claim, then bam, they'll send you that discontinue notice. So yes, it would be if some out-of-state company wants to come into New Hampshire and sell health insurance in New Hampshire and say that you're now regulated by the laws of that state, not this state, right? Well, guess what? Well, another issue, now I'm going to spend another minute. Another issue we had not dealt with much in this committee is the Consumer Protection Act, except that bill yesterday. Okay. Well, as the defender of the Consumer Protection Act, one of the big things is that I was able to mandate the insurance commissioner have power restitution for the consumer. And in that, there are the exemptions is that insurance companies are not under the Consumer Protection Act because they're regulated by the insurance department. So if you're an out-of-state insurance company selling a product in New Hampshire, you would not get that exemption. You would you would end up under our Consumer Protection Act, which has the right of private action and triple damages. So I can assure you, and this is how Bill O'Brien, when I explained this to Bill O'Brien, in a heartbeat, he knew exactly what I was talking about. And he said, okay, I get it. No insurance company is going to want to come into this state and not be regulated by the insurance commissioner, because then anybody could sue them for triple damages if they were not happy with the insurance product they were getting. So this is a concept that is had some truth to it. It is never going to make, no company's ever going to do it. But I would always go on record and say, if some insurance company comes to me and say, yep, we want to sell it in the Hampshire market, fine with me. I'll write the legislation for you. I'll make sure I'll streamline it all in, but it ain't going to ever happen. Representative McLeod.
Well, just to take it a step further, I don't think they can do that. In other words, I think the insurance statutes say in order for you to sell a policy in New Hampshire, like any other state, that insurance company doesn't have to be domiciled in New Hampshire, but it has to be licensed in New Hampshire. And if you're not licensed in New Hampshire, you simply can't sell it.
I would have, if they really wanted to bypass that statute.
I don't think they can.
I would be the first one to write that bill to allow them to do that.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? That I'm pro-choice. If they want to come in and do that, I would certainly enable them to do it. But I have no illusions that any of them will ever want to choose that. And like you say, you get to the real heart of the issue is the domicile. If they are domiciled in their own state. So Representative Abramson.
So this is two issues. On the philosophical or legal legislative issue, the question is, do we change the law to allow it to happen before someone comes in, or do we wait until someone, presumably with a paid lobbyist, comes in and asks to have the law be changed? And I've always said, make it legal first, make it allowable first, and then someone will come in and come to the insurance department. The second thing is staying on the topic of the bill. The bill is only asking to establish a committee to study the benefits. And we had several years ago when a similar bill came in, we wanted to figure out under Governor Hassan, we wanted to figure out what the actual potential savings would be. And the insurance commissioner at that time first said 10% savings, and then he said 5% savings, and he said possibly as low as 3% savings on health insurance costs. And I came back to some of the then members of this committee and I said, again, just what I said before, it isn't just the savings, we're talking about all the benefits, including improved choice, improved quality of care. When you have the right to go somewhere else, companies tend to want to compete for you, not just on cost, but on service, on having better tech support, having somebody available 24/7, having out-of-network services and so on, whatever it is that the consumer wants. So I think that just, I'm not sure that the bill even necessarily advocates for it, but it was just the question was asking first and foremost before we try to make a decision on that, what are the benefits? Is there a cost savings? And even if the cost savings is minimal, could there be an improvement in quality of life or reduction in infant mortality rates or hospital infection rates or what have you? We'd have to really do a deep dive in that, and that would require a group to look into that.
Fair enough. Any other discussion? Anybody want to carry this for Representative Bartlett? Okay. So Representative Bartlett moves not. Sure. Come on up.
Again, Michelle Heaton from the New Hampshire Insurance Department. Just to clarify, under our current statutes, if you want to do business of insurance in the commercial market in New Hampshire, you do have to be licensed. That doesn't
Correct.
necessarily mean you're domiciled here. We have a number of insurance companies that are domiciled in other states, but they have to be licensed in New Hampshire to do business in New Hampshire. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is that we require forms and rates to be filed with our department for review to make sure they're meeting all of the requirements of New Hampshire law before they can be sold here. So if we were to allow someone who is not licensed in New Hampshire to sell insurance products in New Hampshire, essentially we would be taking away any regulation of that. So they would be able to sell products that the New Hampshire Insurance Department would not be regulating, that those could be products that do not meet any of our consumer protections, especially for Major Med, none of our mandates. And then if there was a problem with it, New Hampshire Insurance Department wouldn't have any jurisdiction to try to resolve that issue, or we wouldn't have any jurisdiction over the insurance company that's doing this unless they are licensed in New Hampshire. So that's just to clarify some of those points.
Representative Abramson.
I feel like I asked this question a few years ago. So we have some people and some companies and some small businesses, quite a few small businesses that can't afford a regular, full-on private insurance plan. My thought was, and another reason that I wanted this study committee to go forward was, could it be possible that you have, say, an insurance company that does operate in New Hampshire, follows the 44 different insurance mandates and all the regulations? Would they be able, if they have customers who can no longer afford the increases, could they partner with, say, an out-of-state insurance company or HMO, or set up an out-of-state insurance company or HMO to offer a low-cost plan so that they don't lose those people? In other words, I feel like what they were trying to do with Obamacare and the exchange was, if people couldn't get a regular, full-blown, cover everything private insurance policy, that the exchange was kind of trying to, at least initially, offer some low-cost options and maybe even out-of-state insurance, or buy something on the exchange that would be a lower-cost option for people who couldn't afford a regular plan.
So all the plans on the exchange sold in New Hampshire are New Hampshire approved plans that have gone through the process. So I don't think that you're going to be able to realize that cost savings by going and getting a plan that's offered in another state, because every state has its own set of mandates and requirements. So if you look at the cost of insurance nationwide, New Hampshire is typically on the lower end of that.
Are you actually listening to what she's saying?
Yes, but I have a follow-up. It's somewhat unrelated. Would I be
Yeah,
allowed
but
to?
we just told you. You're asking is, I have this fantasy that there is a health insurance light program out there that doesn't have the mandates, that doesn't have all that stuff, and it's going to be cheaper. And it's in another state somewhere.
Why are you labeling that a fantasy?
Because it's a fantasy. There is that in the old days, that was true when when some states had medical underwriting. That's where the savings was. But in terms of mandates, yes, it is true. I think I did hear that we have more mandates than most states. And I guess I have to take responsibility because I've
Rhode
been
Island
here
has
for when most of those mandates passed.
Rhode
Okay.
Island has
But
57.
mandates are only about 5% of the premium. At the end of the day, the real saving, if you ever thought that there was another insurance plan out there hiding in some state, the real savings was under medical underwriting, in which no state has that anymore.
So if I could ask the witness a follow-up.
Sure.
So the people in my town in Seabrook They can choose Portsmouth, they can choose Exeter, they can choose Anna Jake's, which is in Massachusetts. I think about half or maybe even 55%, according to the fire department, choose to get taken to Anna Jake's when they have the choice.
These
They're
are
going down to
hospitals, am I
Massachusetts,
understanding? Okay.
Since I'm on the border. And again, when I talk to people about their doctor, their doctor's office, the clinics they go to, about half or maybe even slightly more than half go down into Massachusetts. So there are Massachusetts insurance plans. If people could buy health insurance across state lines, wouldn't people, even who happen to have a residence or happen to have a domicile here in New Hampshire, be able to buy into, say, an HMO in another neighboring state, or a private insurance plan that's set up in another state where their network, their preferred provider network, is primarily in that other state where they're spending most of their healthcare dollars?
That's a little bit of a different issue. There could be plans in New Hampshire, sold in New Hampshire, approved by New Hampshire, that include broader networks that would include all of those same networks in Massachusetts, but that is a different issue than, making sure that the insurance company is licensed. So there's a lot of different parts to the insurance plan, and I understand what you're saying about trying to get, cost savings, but this particular bill here of allowing people to buy out-of-state plans just removes all of those consumer protections and the department's ability to regulate the product. So that is our concern. But in theory, there's no prohibitions about a New Hampshire licensed company selling a plan that has a broad network that would include all of those same providers in Massachusetts. And oftentimes, plans do have to include providers that are on those borders because that's where the care is to meet network adequacy requirements. And then there's the PPOs and HMOs, and that's a whole nother question too. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Representative McAleer, do you want to?
Yes, I just want to give an example. When I moved up from Massachusetts, I had this very inexpensive Tufts HMO. And
You mean the one that they went out of business?
I don't know about that, but
Yeah.
when I got to New Hampshire, I said, geez, this is great. I'm going to try to keep this. I couldn't because that plan was not approved in New Hampshire. And anybody from Seabrook can go to Anna Jake's Hospital and their New Hampshire insurance policy will pay Anna Jake's. But it's the whole thing is mute unless that insurance company is licensed in New Hampshire. You can't buy that out-of-state product. You simply can't. It's got to be, doesn't have to be, again, as she said, doesn't have to be domiciled in New Hampshire, but has to be licensed in New Hampshire and basically controlled by New Hampshire as far as rates go and ability to pay and all that. But what you're looking for is an absolute oxymoron. It does not exist.
Okay. Any more discussion? All right. Representative Bartlett will make a motion not recommended for future legislation. All right. Next up, 1162, really requiring insurance coverage for vaccination devices and medication authorized for
I
American.
think we missed 1028.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just keep writing your name here. Okay, 1020, relative to the form of individual health insurance policies. It's got to be a department bill because that's.
This is the one with the shortened coverage.
Oh, this is okay, yeah. So that's right. So this was an attempt to get more products into the individual market by removing
coverage.
Oh, that's right. The short-term products, yeah. So the short-term products are kind of an interesting story in this committee. We've dealt with them over the years because they were originally created for a lapse that if you changed your employer and you don't have another employer yet, you have an interim period that you certainly were eligible to COBRA. Under the COBRA law, which is the 3 years you could stay on your former employer's policy 3 years, but you had to pay both the employee and the employer portion of it, which would be thousands of dollars a month, and nobody could afford that. So the short-term policies were allowed, and they're they are a very stripped down. They usually have limits to how much you can cover, which some of them I remember like $10,000. It was a very limited plan. It was a very stripped down plan. It was always an anathema to the Affordable Care Act because it didn't really fit in. It really violated the other functions of the statute in terms of what you're required and the coverages. But that they existed simply. I mean, I remember you could get them in high schools. High schools used to sell for $100 or $10 or something that you could get this life insurance plan, but it was only like $1,000. It wasn't much coverage. So, but this short term that in my understanding, if we're still selling them in New Hampshire, I assume they're still out there, but they're really just
one company.
Yeah, the one company, okay. But it's just a lapse just to cover that short period until you find another employer.
Well, also, it's very restricted coverage. No mental health coverage.
It had very
catastrophic,
limited
No drug
benefits.
plan.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of the reason why it's so very much
Right.
cheaper.
So I would have to say that this is very creative to come in and with a bill like this because it's basically saying is let's pass something that will totally trample on the Affordable Care Act because all the limitations, all the requirements that let's just go bypass it. But it's a nice idea, but that's not going to work. So anybody want to speak towards this bill or otherwise Representative Bartlett's going to make a motion to make it not recommended for future legislation. Yes, Representative Abramson.
As usual, it's an option. Again, we don't, whether something should be legal or illegal, even if no one in the whole state uses it or buys it or what have you, it should either be up to the individual or if something is physically impossible. Some of these ideas that people put forward are probably not possible, but that doesn't mean that the state comes on and says, we're not going to let you send a rocket up or try to launch the first airplane because we think that it's impossible. Just if the laws of physics are going to stop something from happening, we let the laws of physics stop it.
This is not about laws of physics. This is about we make the laws. Okay? We decide what's legal. And so if you're saying we should pass feel-good legislation just because we can say people, we passed it, we put this on our books so that somebody could take advantage of it, but that when it comes down to it's never going to be used because the implementation or what to do, there's nobody out there who wants to do it or offer to do it. It's the sky's the limit. Just pass all kinds of stuff. But at some point, isn't our responsibility to limit the amount of stuff we put in our books, that we should only pass things that are viable?
We shouldn't limit the products that are available in the marketplace.
But
Should be
it's
up
not
to the
available.
buyer.
But it's not available.
So what I'm saying is, what should the government do? What should the state do? My answer is the state should never restrict anything when it's just one individual buying a product from someone else. When it's one individual buying insurance or a policy from someone else, even if we don't agree that it's a good idea or it's not good enough for you, or even if it's not offered. We don't duplicate federal law. We don't duplicate the laws of physics. If the laws
Okay.
of physics are going to prevent it from happening, we don't need an extra restriction.
Representative Ammon.
Yeah, I think Representative Abramson's reference to the laws of physics has to do with innovation, right? Like the airplane was just an example of something new that people may be skeptical of. This bill is to strike language. It's not to add anything.
That's true.
Right. But it does give us an opportunity to look at, these many arbitrary limits and deadlines and, numbers that somebody put into law. Commerce statutes are full of them, right? So, should we make it 9 months instead of 6 months? Is there something we could do to?
I think there's a rollover. Isn't there a 6 month rollover? If you have the 6 months and then a rollover the 6 months? Because the statute says just 6 months, right?
Yeah, it says 6 months.
Yeah.
If there is an opportunity for future legislation, it's an opportunity to look at these seemingly arbitrary cutoffs and maybe adjust them to fit reality better.
Yeah, but you have to remember, this is flies in the face of what the products that are available, licensed products in the state.
Okay.
In other words, we would have, and actually we got burnt a little bit with that religious exemption. We created this religious plan, and sure enough, that company, they, we bend over backwards to help them out, to allow them to be legal, but it turns out that they couldn't cover cover the people who were
Yeah, that was
benefiting.
Christian
that's-
neutral.
So
That's sort of Representative Abelson's analogy to laws of physics, right? They couldn't do it,
well,
and so they didn't.
Well, they could have, but I mean, I guess financially they just weren't smart in terms of, that they could have said to some people, we're going to limit the benefits, or the premiums weren't high enough, I think, is where the problem.
So let's
in
talk
this
about
case-
the
so
6
this
months.
case-
Is
so
it-
the next, why is it 6 months?
Why is it
'Cause-
6 months? That's a good
Because
question.
we want them to buy a regular licensed product. Because that's adequate health insurance. I mean, we used to say it wasn't just unaffordable, it was underinsured. The expression of underinsured, that you think you have an insurance product,
Right.
but then you realize when you go make the claim, it doesn't cover
it's
anything.
skimpy.
It's not. It's too skimpy. So
Right.
you were underinsured. You didn't have
So-
enough insurance that you thought you. So we don't want anybody to have the illusion that they're buying a viable insurance product.
So
if
if
it's-
they're under no illusion, it's better to have limited insurance than no insurance, right? So
Right. That's the consumer protection, quote unquote, consumer protection. We're not going to allow you to buy something that's potentially you won't worth. So you could say is, well, can we have some kind of disclosure that the person fully understands
But
that
at
they
6
know they're-
months here, they are banned from having this option at all, and they could be uninsured completely, right?
We would hope that in the 6 months they would got themselves into our highly subsidized individual marketplace that we created. I mean, if you're unemployed, you can buy into the marketplace for like $25 a month. I mean, it's dirt cheap. I mean, there are actually better alternatives. So please don't avoid it. That this was a leftover from the old days, that it was a short-term policy. And like you say, we have one company, but I bet you they don't even have 1,000 lives. I don't think they have many.
I'm not sure that we have numbers on how many lives they cover, but it is one company. And just to clarify, the policy itself is at max 6 months,
Right.
but it can be renewed up into for coverage for no more than 540 days. And like you said, the idea is if someone doesn't have insurance and there's no open enrollment period, and they
that's
don't
right.
qualify for a special enrollment period, which if you lose a job, you lose coverage, that would qualify you for a special enrollment period where you can buy regular med or major med coverage. But if you fall outside of this, these types of policies are considered kind of like a stopgap. However, even if we got rid of our restrictions on these plans, federal law dictates how long these can go. So there's still federal law that would limit the applicability of these. And these plans do not comply with all of the ACA requirements. There's a lot of pre-existing condition exclusions. It's not
Yeah.
guaranteed renewable. So it is not a replacement for major med. Also, there's the argument that if we were to allow these, notwithstanding federal law, if we were to allow people to purchase these regularly, it's taking the healthier people out of the individual insurance market, and then that could affect rates over time as well.
So that's sort of like socialism works when everybody is part of it, right? That's sort of the argument.
Well, I guess the old
Pooling
expression
risk.
is insurance works best if we can get everybody to buy into it. In other words, the more people who buy in insurance, then the lower the premium is,
So you have to,
because you're spreading the risk.
but you can't let people do something different.
What you could do something different. It's called don't buy any insurance. In other words, what we're saying is, and here's the good, that if don't have the illusion that because you got this product, you really have insurance. You don't. This is not insurance. This is a feel-good idea that you have some kind of catastrophic policy. But at the end of the day, you are going to be, if you ever to make a claim, you're going to be extremely disappointed and come back to us and say, why the hell did you let me buy that? Okay,
So make it illegal completely, right? Like,
we could have. We could have done that.
all right.
We could have done that. And technically, that's what the Affordable Care Act did, is made these plans illegal. But then we went back and revised them and said, let's give them let's give them some life, because there are consumers in New Hampshire who just want to have this as a stopgap measure. Representative Abramson.
So I want to give you an example. We had some left-wing activists come in and they were holding signs for the minimum wage. And I talked to some of them and they said that they wanted a $33 an hour minimum wage plus full medical plus full benefits. And so I asked, what do you do to all the people who currently can't earn $33 an hour plus, the full benefits package? And they didn't have an answer. And I said, so are you saying you want to ban everything that's below your standard? There's more than half the people in my town in Seabrook make less than $33 an hour. So you're going to be putting more than half the people in my town out of work with your proposal. If you continuously say, we're going to ban every option between 0 and whatever we want, then everyone who's currently stuck, working poor, unskilled, less skilled, partially retired, coming right out of college, whatever, coming right out of high school, all of those options are taken away. You're only leaving behind all or nothing, instead of letting people get a basic entry-level plan. People have to kind of start somewhere and start getting established. If you push the bottom rung of the economic ladder too high, people can't get anything. And 30 million Americans have nothing. They have absolutely nothing. And then another 20 some odd million have Medicaid. And everyone I've talked to who's on Medicaid says that that's sometimes worse than nothing.
So let me ask you, is it better off, what you're asking is, just have a policy out there that has the absolute right that as soon as you make one claim, they can cancel the policy? And you're saying is, it's better off for us to offer that option to allow people to buy that product, knowing full well that as soon as they make a claim, they'll get canceled, than just doing what Representative Amidge's route says is, we should just ban them altogether. We shouldn't let them to be available.
Facetious. I just wanna
But I'm taking you on face value.
But-
That otherwise, the right thing to do was we should have just stuck to our guns, which is, we have made a decision in New Hampshire that nobody should lose their policy simply because they made a claim. We think that is consumer protection. We think it's fraudulent to sell a product that as soon as you make the claim, they cancel you and you don't have it anymore. So we should just repeal this whole statute altogether.
So for 30 million Americans, the result of
They have no insurance. The 30 million you're
Result
talking about
is-
are the people who have no insurance.
you get to your first claim and you get nothing.
That's true. Those 30 million people if they have a claim, they got to pay for it out of pocket, but they got to save all that money that they didn't waste on paying something that was fraudulent.
So what I'm saying is, for those people, before you came along, they get two options. You come along, you take away one of those options. You didn't give them anything by banning an option that doesn't meet your approval. I'm saying that's not even I'm saying that's not even a great insurance plan. It's arguably not even a health insurance plan. That's a one-time payout. It's a one-time claim.
Yeah, it's like life insurance. You have
Pretty
to
much,
die to get it.
especially If you have it, yeah, well, yeah. You only get paid out one time with life insurance,
Yeah.
hopefully. However,
That's it.
some
No,
people
you
get
got it. You got it.
Some people have gotten it
That's what it
twice.
is. That's what it was. That if as soon as you make a claim, bam.
Okay, so that's not a great plan.
Well,
But for
should we
somebody who's
make those
got
legal?
nothing,
Should those be legal in New Hampshire?
as an individual, if you choose knowingly to buy that plan, that's up to you. If
Yeah, but
that's
how do
worth it
we
to you-
how do we make sure? So we have to and have this informed consent. By the way, this is a one-shot plan. That if you want this plan, you have to understand that you only get to have one claim. So you're saying
if
that's how we make
if
them
that's
legal?
all that's available to them at that price point that they can afford, If they can only get the low cost option, if someone can only afford a used car, we don't ban used cars. We don't have I didn't support the cash for clunkers thing where they got rid of lots of used cars.
Okay, so this particular legislation as it's written, not recommended for future legislation, but Representative Ammon, who's now been inspired by how do we allow people to buy a plan that will expire as soon as they make a claim, and as long as they know ahead of time.
As long as they know it. I mean, we're expiring it for them after 540 days, whether they make a claim or not.
That's
right?
true. We're telling them they need to find something else. Yeah, we're telling them
Like,
they need to
they might have paid money in all that time and never made. a
Yeah, that's true. That's why people hate insurance.
Right.
Pay it for years and I never make a claim.
Right.
It's
house
a
always wins.
huge racket. But you know why we have cheap, property and casualty and auto insurance in the state is because none of us make claims.
So the prime sponsor is currently under some pretty severe cancer.
I know that's true. That's right.
So I'll reach. I need to call him anyway.
Yeah.
I'll bounce ideas off for next term, and we'll see what happens.
Perfect.
Yeah, Yakovovich. Yeah.
Okay. No, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Okay. But actually, this is actually a wonderful conversation because I think it really helps everyone here to understand what health insurance in this state and really across the country, what it really is all about and how we got to where we are. So I do not take anything away from this conversation. Okay. Now, Representative Greason.
Yes.
You're on.
Oh, is this 592?
Yes.
1162.
1162. No, that's right. This is 1162. So this one, did we ever have a problem that
You're a co-sponsor
any
on
insurance
that, too.
company did not cover a vaccine?
You're a co-sponsor. on that one.
Did anybody ever hear that this 1162 really
Insurance
was a
coverage
problem?
for vaccinations, devices.
Okay.
No.
I mean, the vaccines, if we're talking about COVID vaccines, they're basically free, right? I mean,
Yeah.
That's all free. So.
Right. So this,
So
this,
sorry.
yeah, it's 1162. We're just talking about 1162.
So the concern was that if somebody were to receive a vaccine, primarily of concern were the COVID vaccines, which are not FDA approved. No one, absolutely no one, has ever gotten an FDA approved COVID vaccine. It is not on the market and never has been and never will be on the market. All right, that's not conjecture, that's a fact. So you have received an experimental drug, and insurance companies are not required to cover any claims based on you having taken an experimental drug. And so the concern was somebody would get a COVID vaccine, would get injured by that, which we know that never happens, and then they would file a claim that would be denied, they wouldn't get coverage. As it appears, no one has chalked up any injuries to COVID vaccines, and so it's being covered by, teenage kids automatically have myocarditis at the rates that we're seeing now anyway, so we're going to go ahead and cover it anyway. So nothing has ever been actually attributed to any of the COVID vaccines, but the concern was that you would get a vaccine, be injured, and then your insurance company wouldn't cover it. And so this bill was to prevent an insurance company from denying you coverage because you received this experimental vaccine.
Got it. And have we heard any evidence that this didn't occur?
Well, that's because nobody was ever injured by the vaccine. Hashtag sarcasm.
Amazing. Really? Okay, so you're going to make the motion? You'll write the blurb for me?
And that's okay.
Okay. Any more discussion on that? Okay. All right, now 592.
592. So the this bill it was the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, which was modeled after the federal program, but to cover vaccines not covered by the federal program. It was trying not to conflict with that, where the issues at the beginning were preemption and it is a valid concern with that. And after speaking with vaccine injury attorneys, they did assure me that any compensation that anybody received for any vaccine injury would work against them in the federal program. So that kind of defeated the intent behind the bill. It was to not interfere with anybody's ability to participate in that program. That program is horribly inefficient, and it takes 5 years on average to get any kind of claim, and over 2/3 of claims are rejected without ever seeing the light of day. And so it's actually a terrible program for most people, and it takes forever for those that it does end up providing any satisfaction for. And so this was to be a state level program. Funding was a concern, and didn't really nail down the best way to fund the program. And so at this point, it's kind of moot anyway. The damage has been done, and there's no going back. And I don't think there's any way of there's really no way of going forward. So I have no problem with this thing never going forward.
You willing to make that motion?
Sure.
And write
Nope.
the blurb?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that'll
great.
be unanimous.
Not that it was a bad idea in the beginning. Just
The bond versus insurance was a big problem.
I didn't say the funding was perfect. Trying to find the funding source.
Yeah. But
So
it was, I always say every bill has a grain of truth to it. The devil's in the details. Okay. Last but not least, 1019, establishing a committee to study the replacement of certain professional licensees with mandatory minimum liability insurance requirements.
I'm glad to make the motion that this not be recommended for
Okay, so let's,
further legislation.
is there anybody here? Well, I have to say, this was a very creative idea. I mean, I talk about every bill has a grain of truth. This was very creative concept, but it did violate one of John Hunt's rules. And John Hunt's rules of licensure, which you all know by now, right? The purpose of how to regulate something. And I always give an example is we had this bill years ago to license contractors. How many, you drive in other states and you all see they got the licensed contractor and the contractor license in a state. And why do they have licensed contractors? Can they regulate those? Can they actually give continuing education to contractors? Are they doing it? No. The only reason we create licensure is so we have a vehicle that when you screw up and you do something bad or harm somebody or take their money, we take your license away from you. Representative Yanis.
So consumer protection is one aspect of licensure, but there's another aspect that's protectionism for the entrenched interest in the industry. So we want to balance those two forces, right? So,
Absolutely. And that's why Joel Winters, that libertarian Democrat who carried the flag for this committee to help kill that bill when we had licensed contractors. Because, yes, the problem with licensure is now it's protective of those who have the license. Now you have limited the market to how many people can get in that business, A, and B, that gives them the power to have higher rates, charge more, because they have that privilege of having the licensure. So it's a balancing act.
just the grain of, interesting idea to this bill. I think it's too cross-cutting. It would upset every licensed industry. So I think we might want to be a little more careful how it's applied, but maybe there, we could apply this to some industries. Keep this idea in mind as we go
Right.
forward. Maybe it's an option.
No, I think absolutely it was a very interesting concept, but instead of having a committee to say, let's go through the books and thumb through the books and find a license, then he needed to come in with a certain profession that he could argue that there was no benefit of the licensure process, but that you would have the insurance. I would say that, but I would have to mention that, and she's left. She was here all day, but she represents the professional insurance companies and agents, and her comment was, "You can cancel an insurance policy the very next day." So my argument about why we don't need mandatory auto insurance in this state is that the drawback is you can get that insurance, get your registration, and then go down and cancel that insurance the next day. I've heard that happens in other states. I know, but I heard that happens in other states. That's right, exactly. So I've heard that happen in the United States. So again, the problem with insurance is how do you still need to have some oversight to ensure that that liability policy was still in place at all times.
You know,
Yeah, sure.
follow. I think the example was scuba diving, if I remember and that they're not licensed, but the market sort of regulates. And it's an example of an industry where people's lives are maybe at risk.
very
you know, it's
much
a
so,
dangerous thing. But it seems to have worked out in that industry where, you know, it's a private requirement.
But how much does the people really say? Prove to me that you really have insurance. How does anybody really know if that scuba diver really is fully insured?
On the spectrum of people that are highly informed to, you know, there's probably some.
Do you ask that question when you scuba dive? When you scuba dive?
That's not my thing. I'm afraid of sharks.
how about the fully insured logger on the side of their truck? Fully insured. Yeah, right.
Yeah, fully insured. Right.
Ask for a certificate of insurance
Yeah,
before they
right.
come to your house.
Always. That's the
Always
point. Always ask for that
a
certificate.
certificate of insurance before any contractor comes on your property.
That is true. That's true. Representative Abramson.
So I wanted to make a point. That's why I put my hand up first. So I went to sea for a living for 12 years, and we have both obviously mandatory insurance for merchant ships to cover any potential damage that they might do. And then, of course, there's also the Coast Guard inspectors and then the OSHA inspectors. And by far the toughest, not only the toughest inspectors, but also the best information, the best education comes from ABS. ABS is a private company where all the shipping insurance companies.
What is ABS?
I don't remember what it stands for. This was quite a few years ago, but they send their inspectors on with some really fancy equipment to check everything. And what I found is when insurance companies are providing coverage that's in the millions, that they make absolutely sure that you're on top of everything, and they are way ahead of governmental agencies in inspecting things. And the standards are also higher, at least in shipping. So my thought is, if it's good enough for business, why isn't it good enough for individuals? I would at some point when you contract with a private professional, you've got to look for some piece of paper, and it's either going to say licensed by the state or private insured. And I thought that this study committee was worth going forward and looking into and opening up this can of worms, because I thought that we might get better standards by literally having private insurance companies that could operate in any state and bring in their expertise from other states and other countries. To use Scuba as an example, Scuba is an underwriter's laboratory, and these others, IEEE, they all do different types of certification. It's private. Building codes that we have at the state level were originally private building codes. Most of these codes were developed privately, and the private sector doesn't just do a better job of keeping costs down, as I've said. It does a very good job of keeping quality up once we set things up so that the incentives are in place to favor quality and longevity and whatnot. So I felt that the study committee was definitely worthwhile because there was a potential for certain professionals deal with life and death issues. And because that was a public safety issue, I felt that it was worth opening up this can of worms to see if we could get better quality than just a generic go in, take the test, meet certain state requirements, and then get a piece of paper. And in some cases, that's been a false sense of security for consumers. I think that if they have to carry insurance in order to do business, architects, engineers, and so forth, that at least the consumer has someone to go back to, not just here's a piece of paper that they've taken a test. I've done a lot of occupational licensing over my career.
But isn't that just a piece of paper that an insurance company said, yes, they did pay the policy and it's
No,
on a
because
certain date? Isn't that just a piece of paper?
the-
Because I'm sure that if you got canceled, you're not going to hand that to the person who's asking to show me your proof of insurance. You're not going to hand them the one that said the letter that says I'm canceled.
Because-
You're going to hand them the letter that said I got the policy.
then that would be fraud claiming. So that's another thing that you can get recourse through the courts by claiming fraud, that they said that they had insurance and they didn't have it. It's one thing on top of another. Versus if it's just a state license, well, you get a state license, it carries on for so many years. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's
No,
If
they're
that's
going to shut
someone
you
who has
down.
had 5
they're
different
they will shut you
malpractice
down.
suits.
They'll. That's the whole point of license. They will shut you down. Okay. Yep. Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Abramson brings up a whole lot of different things with the examples that he's using. Ocean Marine, for one thing, is a very different product. The rates that go into an insurance policy are based on the cost of writing the policy and the cost of paying claims, and then they're allowed to make a profit because you don't want to write with an insurance company that is not profitable. If you decided that you wanted the insurance company to do all of the qualifications for someone that they're writing instead of licensing, you would also increase the cost dramatically. For instance, boiler and machinery policies, you have to have, if you have a boiler in your business, you have to have a boiler and machinery policy. 2/3 of the cost of a boiler and machinery is just for inspections. So that'll start to give you an idea of what goes into those rates. I'm feeling like this discussion is going way further than really necessary, but trying to use an insurance policy instead of licensing, you're talking about two different things entirely. An insurance company can also they can underwrite, they can decide whether you're acceptable or not for various reasons. Maybe they don't write carpenters in this state anymore. So if you're a carpenter, you're not going to get in policy. There's just so much that goes into this that this bill would not meet the needs that we have.
You venture to say that if we were to pass this, any license we got rid of, any profession we did this, the insurance probably will go up in price. So you have the negative effect of actually raising the costs for that industry. Representative Hammond.
I just had one quick point. There is a problem with the bill. It requires 3 members of the Senate to be present, and it's hard enough to get one of them to show up to a commission. So that's a
That
problem. I
ain't
see.
happening, right? Okay, you have the last hurrah, Max.
So when I was working as a merchant mariner, I talked to a woman who worked as a nurse, and she was, I guess, 2 classes away from getting her MD. And she told me about the case of a heart surgeon who was licensed, and he had paperwork up the yin yang, but he was not competent to work. And she noticed that he was being transferred around from hospital to hospital to hospital, and no one would say anything. Phenomenal reputation. Everyone said wonderful things about him. Long story short, turned out the guy was not only making mistakes that a first-year medical student wouldn't make, he's operating on the wrong side of the heart, and made a lot of errors, and it was killing some of his patients. She found out that he was a fraud, but he had the license, he had the paperwork. Once he was caught, everyone found out. It was on the hush hush. He went up to his office, locked his door, and killed himself. They went back through his whole 30-plus year career. He'd killed over 2,000 patients over his career, but he had the piece of paper the entire time. So it's one thing for one state agency after another and one hospital after another to just allow it. We have doctors in New England who lose their license in one state and they go to another state. My friend Kelly Deo died because she was being overprescribed prescription drugs, mostly opioids and other types of things. She died, licensed doctor. He lost his license in New Hampshire. He was now licensed up in Maine. Piece of paper is a false sense of security that can get people killed.
That's a credentialing issue with the hospitals. They didn't do their job.
And evidently, that's a hot burner issue right now. It's CMCs. You want? Okay, John, you can have the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I get to have the last word. Everybody knows these. These are my binders. This is 1 biennium's worth of bills, amendments, and notes. This is my 3rd term where I've been in commerce. Now you know what my library looks like, and mine's as bad as the minority leaders.
It's only 1 year.
It's only 1 year. This is 2021, 1 year. And I just thought to let you know, and we're not really busy this biennium. We're only moderately busy. So the best is yet to come. Thank you and see ya.
Okay, we'll see you all next Monday. You going to be here, Max, next Wednesday? Okay, good. We're going to exec all these bills on next Wednesday.
Wednesday morning.
Next Wednesday. All right. Thank you all very much. And
Thank you. Hope it doesn't rain too hard for you before you get home. Have a good trip home, Chris. Hope it doesn't rain too hard on your way home. Pardon? Have a good trip home. I hope it doesn't